Good morning, everyone. I'm Brendan Busey. I'm the Secretary of the Senate for the state of Nevada. Welcome to the Senate chambers. We're very happy to have you here. I just wanted to go over a couple of housekeeping matters. I wanted to introduce you to the front desk staff here. Annette Biamonte is our history clerk. They have the same roles as over in the Assembly. Sherry Rodriguez is the Assistant Secretary of the Senate. Lauren Hagan is the media clerk. She'll be running the screens for you today. Terry Horvat is our journal clerk. They will be in and out of the chamber, but feel free to stop them, ask them any questions. They would be happy to share their experience. Also, there's a lot of people behind the scenes that deserve our thanks. I think you've worked with the research division folks, but also the IT folks there in the back. IT set up this voting system for you. AVH, the people that run the audio visual services, they see and hear everything even though we don't see and hear them. They're working the cameras and the microphones and have put a lot of work into this, as well as legislative police who you heard from, general services. They set up the room and buildings. There's just a lot of people in the building that have helped put this together and do this every day for everyone. So if you see them in the building, say thank you. Please be respectful of the space you're using. I know the chief clerk already mentioned this, but you have the privilege of sitting at an actual senator's desk, so please don't rifle through the doors or move their belongings. Also be respectful of the other people that work in this building. This is a working building, so try not to disturb people. And most importantly, be respectful of one another. This chamber, we have rules about decorum, and those extend to anybody that's in this chamber. So just keep in mind that you're here to debate policy and the policies that are proposed, not to question the character of the people proposing those policies. Please use the microphones when you speak so that everything gets picked up and so that people can hear you. The touch screens at the side of your desk have an option to request to speak. That will let the president know that you want to speak, and when the president calls on you, you press the mic button to turn the mic on. When a vote is open, you will have your voting options in front of you, yay or nay or not voting. With that, remember that, as the chief clerk said, everything's on camera. Even if your mic's not on, there is a microphone catching things, and even if you don't see a camera, there are cameras everywhere. So just be careful about what you say and do in this chamber and in the halls. And with that, welcome to the Senate chamber, and I hope you have a great session.
Hello. Hi, Senate. I have a couple quick explanations and announcements, and then we're going to jump in. The first is that you may notice that there is a little paddle on your desk. It has like a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Yeah. So when you ask to speak, or in general, even if you don't want to speak on the bill, it's just to help indicate to the president that you are in favor or against, so that we can really balance the conversation in the room. Also, so we can see if everyone's in favor or if everyone's against. We don't really need to debate it, right? We already know where we're at, so we can just go into a vote and go to another bill. Yeah. Yeah, so you can just hold that up. Also, in addition, if you want to speak on the bill, still click the speak button so that it sends that up to the president so that she can actually call on people to speak. But it'll give us a sense of the whole room, and that way she can tell like who she should or shouldn't call on next, so she can balance the conversation. So it'll kind of be a mixture of whoever said that they wanted to speak first and going back and forth on someone who's for and someone who's against the bill. Does that make sense? Amazing. The next thing is that we are going to start with the city legislation. It's kind of like a little practice round for us. We're going to vote yes on all of the city legislation. We will actually debate the county legislation, but for the city legislation, we'll just vote yes. We won't do a debate on it either. It's just to start getting us in the motion of like the procedures. Are there any other questions before we jump in? Please remember to unmute your mic when you're called on. I'd recommend picking the mic up first and then clicking the button, because they are very sensitive, and just like knocking the mic against the plastic there like causes like it to go, you know what I mean? So, okay.
The Nevada Girls State Senate will come to order. Order of Business number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the first bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 1. An act that will establish the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Cafaretta in Nevada Girls State.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll.
You may click to vote, please.
There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The Nevada Girls State Senate will come to order. Order of Business number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 2, an act that will amend the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Connolly in Nevada Girls State.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 3, an act that will amend the official symbols and statements of identity for the city of Connolly in Nevada Girls State.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll. Can Senator Lay please vote? There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed.
Okay, I think we got the hang of it a little bit. We are going to move into bills with debate. So when debate opens, then you can click your buttons in order to request to speak, and also remember to hold up your little paddle saying if you're for or against.
Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 4, an act that will establish the position of student wellness representative within the Davis County School District. The student wellness representative shall serve as a non-voting member of the local school board and shall provide student perspectives regarding mental health, student well-being, and issues affecting the educational environment. The representative shall attend school board meetings, present concerns and recommendations on behalf of students, and serve as a liaison between the student body and the school board.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed.
Hi, please hold. We're having a little technical issue, so hold tight. Yeah, if everyone could please submit your vote on Senate Bill number 4.
There are 11 votes in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 1. Nevada Girls State Assembly Bill number 1, an act that will change the Buckley seal design and all depictions of it. As a reminder, on city bills, we are voting in favor. Thank you.
Can everyone please vote for? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll. Senator Martin, please cast your vote. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, message from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 2. Nevada Girl State Assembly Bill Number 2, an act that will establish the official anthem for the city of Matthews in Nevada Girl State.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girl State Senate Bill Number 5, an act that will authorize the Clark County School District to split into 3 smaller, more manageable school districts, divided evenly based on monetary equity and number of buildings, to give students a better educational experience and increased local representation.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I solely believe that there is simply not enough money to purchase the buildings from the Clark County District like it outlines in the bill. Similarly, there are many constructional changes to the buildings outlined in the bill. I believe that this transitional period with all the construction would hurt the students. They wouldn't be able to attend school. Bus routes would be changed dramatically, which would understandingly really hurt the way that the bus drivers know how to do their jobs. It would make their jobs more difficult, and it would be a burden on students because attendance could also be influenced. I believe that if it was a solely a change that didn't have to do with splitting up the district with the actual buildings, it could be manageable. But though it is not administrative and is actual construction issue, I believe it should not pass. Thank you.
Senator Beck, you may speak.
Hello. So my belief on this one is that there's many rural areas in Clark County, and those schools don't get to be as represented as the bigger schools like in Vegas, where they have get more funding, and we feel that each school should have equal funding. So I believe that this is I vote for this bill. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Originally, Clark County School District is already $3 billion in debt, and if we were to split these counties up, the bond debts that they were talking about in the bill would be a massive liability because residential areas and business owners would have a debate on whether or not they would be which section would be paying off which. Additionally, for the districts that have been there for a longer period of time, the more debt they owe or the more fees they owe would be turned to a different county's responsibility, which would cause more issues. Additionally, the areas that composed of the Strip or the more wealthier parts of Nevada would be ultra wealthy compared to maybe the more rural or suburban areas where they wouldn't have the same amount of wealth. Distributing that money when we already $3 billion in debt would be incredibly difficult, and I don't think we would be able to allocate it in a way that all areas of each county would receive proper education for all students either. Thank you.
Senator Jordan, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Although we may not have sufficient funding, too big of a school district will not support the students. They can't give their students equal opportunities. There's too many student to teacher ratios that will decrease attendance, grades, attention span, and mental health. Thank you.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. In response to Senator Jordan, I believe that the transitional period outlined in the bill would be worse for the students on their mental health and academic experience. They would be forced to navigate the new construction sites, new buildings, in a time where there would be a lot of confusion going on. I don't think this would be good for the students because there would be a lot of transitional periods with which teachers are coming to school, which ones aren't, and this would, in the long term, impact students more in a way that would hurt their academic experience as they're beginning to grow up versus staying in the Clark County School District with teachers that they know and buildings that they understand in a way that will last them and give them an education that isn't going to be disrupted in any way. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. Additionally, with her, sorry, I don't know your last name, but in support of that, the new zoning laws would also mean that students in different counties would have to traverse a longer period of time, and whether or not employment would be able to transfer over the counties would also mean that the CCSD staff, who is already in disparity because a mass majority of them got laid off due to budget cuts, would now have to relocate and would now have to reposition their home life in addition to assimilating to that new area. That could also increase travel expenses along with other interferences with our city systems. It would not be a feasible way to promote education for students. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll. Does anyone wish to change her vote? Oh. There are two. There are 2 votes in favor and 9 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 5. Nevada Girls State Assembly Bill Number 5, an act that requires the state of Nevada to establish a luxury tax surcharge of 2% on high-end hygiene and cosmetic products of $50 or more in order to fund the Silver State General Assistance Program and state-administered cash benefit infrastructure to include menstrual hygiene products.
This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the vote. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. This bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill Number 29, an act that will establish a 0.5% excise tax on recreational marijuana sales in the state of Nevada to fund the Nevada Student Food Access Program, which will partner with the school districts, food banks, and nonprofit organizations to provide free meals to homeless and food insecure youth during summer breaks and other school closures.
Senator Jones, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Nevada has ranked at or near consistently in the nation for youth homelessness for multiple years, and the number of homeless students is currently rising 20 to 30%, and those members only count the kids we can see. Many more are not accounted for. They sleep on couches, in cars, or in motels and are never represented or reported at all. I personally attend a Title I school where I see this firsthand. Many of these students rely on their only source of nutrition for breakfast and lunch when they go to school, and Senate Bill 29 fixes that transportation gap because during the breaks, they aren't able to access these nutritions and they don't have the transportation to get to the food banks since there are over 160 food banks available for them. They just can't get to the resources that they need. So we want to fix that transportation gap, and instead of building more programs, it advocates for delivering meals from these food banks to the students themselves, and that is through bus drivers that usually would not be working during this time as they would be on break since they work 9 out of the 12 months for during the school year, and during the summertime they are unpaid, yet they cannot apply for unemployment benefits. So this advocates for paying them to volunteer to go pick up the food from these food banks and then deliver it to them at their usual bus stops where the children and the youth are already familiar with, so they can see familiar faces and still get that nutritional needs that they need during their breaks. Thank you.
Can everyone please hold up their paddles? This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. The secretary will open the vote. Senator Crones, please vote. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, message from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed SB 2.
Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 22. Nevada Girl State Assembly Bill number 22, an act that will mandate that employers provide paid maternity leave with job security for a minimum of 6 weeks for vaginal births and 8 weeks for cesarean births.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll. Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Though I believe that any mother should have good mental health coming out of their birth and have paid maternity leave, I'm concerned with the economic disparity this would cause across Nevada. Many small businesses require their employees to work round-the-clock times to help support their businesses. I believe that if they have to pay mothers post-birth, this could reflect horribly on the economy in Nevada, because small businesses might shut down or be forced to close their doors because they do not have the required employees. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, refuting what's your last name? Stone. Senator Stone said. The rate of birth in Nevada is currently on a downward trend. Right now, our economic status means that women simply cannot afford to have children, unfortunately, which means that the women who are getting on maternity leave, it's not the mass majority. And the frequency at which births will be happening are not simultaneous, and so it will be a slow, continuous trend. And additionally, to address small businesses, right now the job market is overfilling, I would say, right now, because many of the larger corporations are not hiring well, or the pay is not well. Many do go to small businesses to try to get better pay, better benefits, easier hours. So while small businesses aren't lacking in hires, the rate of mothers also giving birth are not going to cause a boom in unemployment or sudden breaks in the economy. Thank you.
Senator Hayer, you may rise.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Furthermore, when we look at more of the information behind this, we see a rise in postpartum depression through mothers. When looking at this bill, what it helps to aim is to decrease this depression rating. Paid maternity leave has shown that these rates have lowered. Furthermore, as shown through the bill and through other studies, mothers with paid maternity leave not only have better health for themselves, but it also increases the health for the children. So throughout this bill, I believe that we should stand in support, because it not only aids the mothers, but it aids the newborns that we are bringing into our state. Thank you.
Senator Crones, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. To contribute to what Senator Hayter was saying, I believe that paid maternity leave will also allow for a smoother transition back into the workforce, which would help not only employers, but also the women themselves. And I think that this bill would benefit both parties involved. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day did not pass AB 9.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girl State Senate Bill Number 9, an act that will prohibit public schools from banning or deactivating the phones of their students under any circumstance. Also, we did not mention this before. I'm just going to interpose here. I apologize. If you want to refer to one of your fellow senators, you can say, as my colleague said, and not refer directly to each other. Thank you.
Can everyone please hold up their paddles? Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. I think prohibiting public schools from banning or deactivating the phones of students under any circumstance is a bit of a stretch, because especially with their section 1 saying that crimes against schools involving firearms have remained steady. While that is true, many of the causes of that start from social media in and of itself, starting from social media remarks or bullying or teasing online. In fact, many perpetrators now that use firearms to harm other students are using GPS tracking based off their phone, and like that, it could cause a liability in the positions that you are. It could show your location, so having it on you in times of danger, especially with guns, is more of a liability than it is to provide students comfort, because overall safety comes above comfort. In any other case, such as confiscating the phones, when it comes to disruption in the classroom, if the student is unable to learn or unable to participate in the curriculum because of interferences with schools or other technology, then it should not be utilized in a way that would give students full autonomy of their devices at all times during school hours. Thank you.
Senator Hayer, you may speak.
Furthering the points as to what my colleague brought up, we also have to look at the emergency lines that are being clogged by students when they use their phones. The reason that schools are trying to take away phones or deactivate them during emergencies is because they clog up the phone lines. Emergency services need these lines unclogged so that they can not only get relevant and pertinent information, but also to make sure that they get those information to other services that need to be there as well. Furthermore, under the wording of this legislation, we look at saying that under any circumstances. During these circumstances, you also have tests in school that are federally and state mandated. During these tests, it is a rule that we have to deactivate our phones for the purpose that if our phone does go off, all tests within that testing room are declared null and void. So therefore, due to these procedures, I stand in opposition of this bill. Thank you.
Time for debate on this bill has expired. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll. There are 0 in favor and 11 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed SB 3.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill Number 16, an act that will authorize and require the implementation of a statewide registered nurse-to-patient staffing ratio of 1:8 in skilled nursing facilities for elderly residents, both short-term and long-term, and will gradually withhold state funding from facilities that fail to consistently meet this standard.
Senator Hayer, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. While I understand that there are positive points behind this bill, we must look at the facts. When looking at the state of Nevada and looking at the nursing homes already, we are already having a shortage of nurses within the state of Nevada. Furthermore, the reason that they do not go to nursing homes is because of the environment that those nursing homes have. They already have a lack of funding within their situations. Additionally, in Section 5 of this bill, it says that that the penalty for not completing will be that they will withhold funding. If the bill is supposed to bring more nurses into these areas, why would withholding more money from these situations bring more nurses if they're already not going because of the negative resources that these facilities have? Therefore, I stand in opposition to this bill due to the penalties that this bill would inquire. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. When you look at the logistics of trying to obtain more nurses to a 1:8 ratio, right now nursing school and law school are probably the most difficult courses that a student could take, and it takes years of training and shadowing and residency in order to be a qualified nurse. So then it comes into the question of where are they going to get the funding to supply these students with proper programs and proper training and giving them the same opportunities while they're having to battle with internships and getting those slim chances of getting accepted into these difficult programs. There is no funding and there's no allocation, and how this program will be able to get more students into this profession successfully. If they were to take shortcuts, the chances of elder abuse, the chances of neglect, the chances of these, again, as my colleagues said, these terrible conditions would only worsen, and in turn, it'll lead to more of a detriment in our elder population, and in turn, it would lead to a deficit in the way people would want to come and join our nursing programs. Thank you.
Senator Jones, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. Similar and agreeing to what my colleagues have said, another issue that we have in Nevada is that there isn't enough nurses that want to come work in Nevada because the newly licensed nurses often struggle to get hired due to limited hospital residency programs that we have, and also employer preferences for experienced staff. So that also raises concerns for even that it could worsen the staffing shortages if the hiring can't meet that new demand. So thank you.
Can everybody raise their paddles? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll. There is 1 in favor and 10 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 21, an act that will provide equal and free access to menstrual products in public colleges and universities in the state of Nevada.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I believe that period poverty is one of the biggest issues in our Nevada community. Period products are often the most requested product, but the least donated. This would make it so that all universities have to acknowledge period poverty and allow for these products to be available to all students. When speaking with the author of this bill, I was informed that the universities would only pay about $3 for the donations. I believe that that is not an infringement on the money that these private and public universities obtain from tuition. Thank you.
Can everyone please raise their paddles? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 8.
Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Assembly Bill number 8. An act that will require the temporary seizure of firearms by law enforcement during domestic violence calls to reduce the number of domestic violence homicides in Nevada.
Senator Jordan, you may speak.
I rise, thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. AB 8 goes against the Second Amendment of the Constitution, which states the right of the people to keep and bear arms. Taking this option away takes away the right of this Constitution. Temporarily seizing firearms in domestic violence cases is taking away their right to have their arms, especially if it is registered to them. Police, the cops, the law enforcement, they take away firearms when they get calls to the cases anyways. So I feel like it goes against the Second Amendment of the Constitution. Thank you.
Senator Crones, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. So I don't believe that this bill goes against the Second Amendment because, like you said, officers already have the decision to seize a weapon if they deem the situation necessary. So with this, I think that a domestic violence call is absolutely reason enough that a person should not own a gun. And Section 1 also references that if the gun is registered to the victim can advocate for herself and hold on to her gun. I believe this bill is beneficial because it would allow for a less hostile situation and allow for smoother law enforcement as there is a clear procedure of the gun being seized and taken out of the room where it can endanger people. Additionally, the presence of a firearm in a domestic abuse situation increases the risk of homicide by 500%. Domestic violence homicides are a very serious issue in Nevada, and I think that any measure that can be taken to reduce the number of homicides should be taken. Lastly, this is a law that exists in the state of New York. New York has significantly lower domestic violence rates than we do. So I feel that this shows that this bill has had notable success in other places. Thank you.
This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll. Senators Jones and Lay, please vote. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the first bill. Next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 17. An act that will establish a 1% tax on each gallon of gas purchased in Nevada to fund an ambulance reimbursement program for patients transported across state lines during medical emergencies.
Senator Crones, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. So I believe that this bill is inherently harmful in that it's not a smart idea for us to increase gas prices right now, considering the political climate of the world. People are already upset at gas prices, and they could very easily go up depending on how geopolitics progress in the next few months. I think that while the intentions of this bill are good, it's simply unrealistic because of their choice of tax. Thank you.
Senator Stone, you may rise.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in opposition to this bill. Like my colleague said, people are more likely to be upset about rising gas prices as multiple people will go out to buy gas once, twice, or even 3 times a week. It is unlikely that people will have to use an ambulance, and it is hopeful that you will only have to use an ambulance up to 3 times in your lifetime. The prices from adding a gas tax would skyrocket and hurt people's economic situation more than any ambulance cost would, since ambulance costs are contingencies. Thank you.
Senator Beck, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because essentially when the need for ambulances rides is mainly elderly need these rides, and a lot of people have elderly grandparents, and some elderly are not able to drive on their own, so using ambulances is more efficient for them. And to talking about the gas prices, people pay for insurance in case they need a medical emergency to go to the hospital. So initially I feel that people would rather be able to pay a few cents or 1% for a tax on gas and pay a few dollars extra paying for gas, rather than have to pay several $1,000 fine for a medical transportation bill. Thank you.
Senator Jordan, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Although gas prices are insanely high nowadays, is the price of gas really comparable to someone's life? In the rural areas, there is not a lot of hospitals, there is not a lot of healthcare. There may be doctor's offices, but there is rarely any hospitals. There is a lot of elderly people who live out in rural areas because there's vacation homes. But although the ambulance rates of needing an ambulance may not be that high, it is still a possibility. I would very much rather have someone get in an ambulance and not have to pay so much or wait an hour or so to go to a hospital, and rather than being able to be transported across state lines for it to be a 30-minute wait. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill, as some of my colleagues have said already. While the tax on gas is a personal view, however, many of these elder individuals and people who may need an ambulance more often also qualify for Medicaid and Medicare, and these programs do reimburse and they cover ambulance causes if it is a necessary medical emergency, which makes this more detrimental on the daily lives of everyday citizens, while many of these individuals could already get those costs covered completely and would not need this extra tax on gas. Thank you.
Senator Martin, you may speak.
As my colleagues have also said about gas prices, people have already started talking about how they're debating either filling up their car for gas to go to work or buying their next meal, which is a big problem, as if we increase gas prices and the tax on it, many people could potentially lose access to their job and or lose some of their food due to not being able to pay for those needs. Thank you.
Senator Eccles, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill, and as my colleagues have said, the price of gas is already very high due to the political situation of the world, and increasing the tax on that will just stack up the price over time. So if you look over time at all of the gas that you're buying, eventually that amount will surpass maybe the 3 possible ambulance bills that you will have to pay in your lifetime. Therefore, the funds for this bill just are not sufficient for people to pay. Thank you.
Senator Beck, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to support this bill because, in my personal experience, within the last few months, within a month ago, I have had to been taken in an emergency to cross state lines because, for me, when they ask you, would you rather have a 20-minute drive versus an hour-and-a-half drive to get to the nearest hospital, we chose the nearest hospital because it's just, in a case of emergency, that can matter, the importance of saving a life. I've also had other known experiences by friends who have had, in particular, a car crash has happened about a year back, and many of the people, all the kids in the vehicle were teenagers, so they weren't able to represent for themselves where they can go because they were unconscious, and the transportation to a place staying within state lines going to Vegas was longer, and it determined the way their life is. This specific person, it changed. Now they are disabled, and which if it was something where they figured they can go cross state lines where they didn't have to deal with a high fine on a ambulance ride, they would have chose to be able to go there because medical bills are already expensive as is, and having to take that extra step to take an ambulance ride can add up on those medical bills. And going across state lines permits, some insurances don't pay for that. And talking within that, there's many saying about how gas prices, how they go up. We put a 1% tax on gas prices, which is only a few cents per gallon, which you're not going to, depending on how big your tank of a vehicle is, it's not going to exceed $1 every time you go. And I don't think that's a life-changing amount of money to be saying that it would take years to build up that much money in paying for gas for it to accommodate for an ambulance. Thank you.
Senator Adolph, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. As many of my colleagues have said, that gas prices are going up and they are very expensive right now. As someone that does have to buy gas myself, I would like to say that the Iran war is over according to President Trump right now. So that would mean that the gas prices will be going down in the next few months. He has also said that we had just gotten, I think
he said there was 20 million gallons of oil for gases. So thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. To kind of talk a little bit more about what my colleague over here was saying, the amount of time that the ambulance would be able to take to get to the medical emergency is not mentioned in this bill, and it would not be able to be addressed in this bill properly because it's only talking about reimbursement and the amount of money. However, for many younger individuals and for many family homes, over 90% of Nevada's population has health insurance, and that health insurance goes up to 26 years old, and health insurance, again, does cover ambulance costs if it is a medical emergency, like a car crash. So that money would not be economically, it would be not necessary to pay off. As for gas and for the actual tax, depending on your socioeconomic status, the phrase, every cent really does count, because even if it's $1 a week, if you're filling up your gas tank multiple times a week because you have to travel longer distances for your job, or whether or not your car is old and cannot contain as much gas, that does add up. Again, for every gallon of gas, if you're getting multiple gallons multiple times a week, that's a couple extra, maybe even adds up to $100 per month, and that could be economically detrimental no matter the price of gas, because when we look at socioeconomic status, no matter how the economy is, there's always going to be a class of people that are struggling financially, and we cannot assume that they will be okay just because it doesn't affect people who are more financially stable. Thank you.
Time for debate on this bill has expired. This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the vote. There are 5 in favor and 6 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed SB 4.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 23, an act that will prohibit the use of consumer personal data for surveillance pricing in grocery stores and protect consumers from discriminatory pricing practices in the state of Nevada.
Senator Lay, you may speak.
This bill protects normal day Nevadans from rising grocery prices. Within Nevada, Nevada has the 4th highest grocery bill within the state of Nevada. 15% of Nevadans are struggling with food insecurity. By evaluating grocery prices based on personal circumstances, it maximizes the amounts that Nevadans can afford to pay. This exploits Nevadans and ensures that they are continuously struggling to afford food, which is unfair. Oh, and thank you, Madam President, and I rise in support of this bill.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. As America continues to digitize everything and anything, groceries are one of those that become most important. Many groceries are changing their prices to digital prices. That way they can use your personal information when you enter the grocery store to increase prices if they believe that you will pay for more money for something. her bill specifically would not minimize the amount of sales that groceries would have. It would minimize that the way in which the people controlling the prices cannot increase the price based off your economic status. This would help keep AI under control and digital technology under control in this age and era. Thank you.
Can everyone please raise their paddles? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll. Senator Beck, please submit your vote. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having received constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 21.
Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Assembly Bill number 21, an act that will require all Nevada hospitals to refrain from charging uninsured patients significantly more than the rate usually negotiated by health insurance companies for the same medically necessary service.
Senator Eccles, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. While the intentions behind this bill are very good, the funding is not specified, and it's unclear whether the act is removing debt for uninsured patients or it is simply removing the charge that they already don't pay. It's also not specified how the hospital will replace the services they provide for these uninsured patients with no funds. It just does not explain how the hospital can pay for these services if they are not getting money from a tax or a grant, and insurance isn't paying them, and the patients also are not. Thank you.
Senator Hayer, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. Furthering off of what my colleague has stated, the reason that people will pay less for their medical bill with insurance is because the insurance also pays the hospitals. So the total money is still the same for the medical services. However, if we lower the prices for these uninsured individuals and patients, what this means is that the hospital is losing money. My question for this bill is, how is the hospital supposed to support the loss of funds? One, how are they supposed to continue on with paying their staff if we're continuing to lose funds throughout this bill? While this has a really good idea behind it, the implementation of this is faulty. Thank you.
Senator Adolph, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. So pretty much what the person who wrote this bill is trying to say is that the people without insurance would only pay for what they actually use in the hospital. As somebody that has a sibling that goes to the hospital multiple times a year, we do get medical bills back, and without insurance, the insurance companies usually argue the prices down. So when you don't have an insurance company, they cannot argue those prices. Therefore, when you have no insurance, you are being surcharged for multiple things that may not have actually been used during your procedure or any time that you were actually in the hospital. So what they are trying to say is that the patient is being paid for what they are actually using during the hospital visit. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. It says that if we were to charge uninsured patients the same, less than, the same rate with people who are insured, for the same services, that would mean that there would be no point in having health insurance because they're paying the same amount. The point of insurance is to stop you from going to financial ruin if you were to have a medical emergency. If uninsured patients were receiving the same bill after they had the same services done, then there would be no point in having medical insurance because everyone would be paying the same thing. Additionally, as my colleagues have said, that insurance pays hospitals. So if they're lowering rates for uninsured patients, and then insured patients are doing the same thing, then that means the hospitals are getting a drastic decrease in the amount of funds that they would need, in turn making these necessary services, the quality decreasing and impacting the livelihood of multiple patients in that hospital too. Thank you.
Senator Jordan, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Going off of what Senator Adolph said, the point of this bill was to not have the same price as insurance as people with insurance do. The point of this bill was to only be charged for what you are using. Why should someone be charged for using a defibrillator when all they needed was asthma treatment? That's not fair to someone who is not as financially stable as someone who is, and as someone who can actually afford insurance. It's not fair. It is taking advantage of their ability to pay. It's simply not fair to be charged for something that you are not using. Thank you.
Senator Lay, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. This bill isn't to say that the insurance company will be the same rates as someone will pay with insurance. No. This bill is saying that it will be the same amount that the insurance will be paying the hospital. So it's not the same between the patients, it's the same between the hospital and the patients. And the reason for this is because insurance companies negotiate the prices for individual treatments. This means because of factors including the fact that they're insurance companies and can guarantee patients, their price is less. There are reasons why individual treatments cost less when the insurance company is paying for it than when just an individual is paying for it. And because of this, I am in support of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Eccles, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. As my fellow colleagues have said, if we go through with this act, the hospitals will likely lose money. There's no way we can ensure that uninsured individuals will be able to fully pay the bill for the hospital services. And there's no way to penalize that, and then the hospital will then continue to lose money. Further, Nevada already has a lot of issues with their healthcare systems, and hospitals are understaffed and overrun, and if they're losing money, that will further compound all of the issues that the hospitals in Nevada experience. Thank you.
Senator Adolph, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. As immigrants and low-income people are in this country, obviously, they wouldn't be able to pay for their hospital bills anyways. Let's be real about this. So when an immigrant comes in, they are uninsured automatically because they don't have citizenship in this country. So if they were to not have any insurance, they would be paying the hospital out of pocket. So when having insurance, your insurance company is negotiating for you as a patient towards your hospital for what you actually are supposed to be paying for. And so as an insurance, you pay your insurance company every month so that if anything were to ever happen, they would be able to have that money in the back of the pockets, right? So if they don't have insurance, they automatically don't have extra money set aside from their insurance companies, right? So why would they have to be paying a lot more if they have money, like if they can just pay it out of pocket? We're not saying that the hospitals aren't getting paid. We are just saying that it would be coming out of their pocket and that the immigrants and low-income people of this country would only be paying for what they actually used in these hospitals. Thank you.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Going off of what my colleague said, the extra costs should be passed to the insurance companies because they are the ones with the money who can pay for these extra costs. As my other colleague said, if somebody is getting charged for something that their body necessarily didn't need and they can't pay for it because they are low income and uninsured, the insurance companies should pay since they have the money and the capabilities to do so. Thank you.
Senator Crones, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. I think the fact that we've had to clarify what this bill is actually saying so many times shows that it could very easily be misunderstood by patients and providers. And I think that while its intentions are very good, the way it is written here is complicated and a little bit ambiguous, and I don't think that that is what a bill needs addressing healthcare. Thank you.
Time for debate on this bill has expired. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll. There are 5 in favor and 6 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed SB 29.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 27, an act that will establish the Nevada Medical Residency Stipend and Retention Program to provide monthly financial stipends to medical residents training in high shortage specialties within the state of Nevada, require a 1-to-1 post-residency service commitment, and protect taxpayer funds through a private loan conversion mechanism in the event that service contract is not fulfilled.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. This bill does what any ROTC program does too. It allows for people to go to medical school with it fully paid, knowing that they will get a job in healthcare postgraduate. This is really important because, as we were talking with the last bill, we do have a shortage of healthcare workers in Nevada as of now, as we were talking about the nursing bill as well. This would allow for us to have multiple and hopefully a general increase in our healthcare workers as a whole, and I think this would be very beneficial because it would also allow low-income individuals to enter the healthcare workforce on a scholarship. Thank you.
Anybody who wants to debate on SB 27, please raise your paddle. We will be debating by roll call.
The system that the president uses, the electronic system, is not working. So if you wish to debate, if you could hold your paddle up, and she can call on you based on your paddle being raised. And we'll also be voting on this bill by roll call. So if you want to speak to Senate Bill 27, please raise your paddle in the air.
Senator Jordan, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. This bill would be an extreme boost to Nevada's lack of medical professionals. It efficiently and securely helps thousands of Nevadans. As someone who knows individuals who have family members who struggle with the deaths going through nursing school, this bill is the most effective way to support healthcare workers and Nevadans. Thank you.
Mr. Hayter, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. The confusion stems from the point brought up that this would be based off of or modeled off of the ROTC scholarships. The problem with this is, with ROTC scholarships, you apply for it and you can get your grant. The thing is, your sophomore year is when you declare whether you are going to continue with this program and you keep the money going. So that means your freshman year, whether you declare or not in your sophomore year, does not have to be paid back. The confusion with this bill stems from the fact that if it is based off of the ROTC program, we'll declare on your sophomore year. That means that you have that year. Based off of the wording of this bill, I may be wrong, but it seems like they will have to pay back that 10% over the 5 years, with this being that this is going to be a detriment to these individuals if they choose not to work through it. Thank you.
The system is working again, so you guys can press buttons. Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in opposition to this bill. I think the wording of this is very confusing. Additionally, when it says that it's providing monthly financial stipends, but the contract period for these stipends is as long as they are in service in Nevada, and the contract requires the participant to work full-time as a licensed physician or in a needed medical profession in the state of Nevada upon completion of residency training. That means they're expected to work their entire service as a doctor, and accepting these medical stipends to pay off maybe unnecessary debts or unnecessary loans from other previous professions or other previous work experiences means that if they were to leave, if I'm getting this right, if they were to leave within because they're getting this stipend for this monthly stipend, but they're expected to work for a year. If in that year-long period they leave due to medical emergencies or they leave to other confounding variables, then that money would turn into a 10% annual interest penalty, which is already a lot if you're depending on stipends to fulfill your medical schooling, or if confounding variables that caused you to leave was a heavy debt in your family already. I think this bill is, one, a little confusing to understand, but two, I think it's a little too drastic and it's a little too much sacrifice for most Nevadans to want to stay here to be a long-term professional if the consequences are a 10% annual interest, which means I assume that it's going to grow if you don't pay it off within 5 to 6 years, which I doubt the possibilities of it happening for many Nevadans. Thank you.
Senator Adolph, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. So as my colleague has said, it is a $2,500 statement or stipend of
of the government, so that if you were to go to medical school and pursue, let's just say, like neurology, you would be getting $2,500 a month to be able to afford going to medical school, right? So if they need that stipend, it is necessary for them to get to finish their schooling. So after finishing schooling, most of the time, these nurses or these practitioners go into that medical field. That is the only reason why they are going through the medical school, obviously. And then you have your sophomore year to declare, as one of my candidates have said. So that would mean that you know enough about your position of what you want to do in the medical field. Therefore, you would have full capacity of knowing that I will be continuing my time in this medical field. Thank you.
Time for debate on this bill has expired. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll. There are 6 in favor and 5 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed.
All right, friends, the Senate will be on recess for lunch until 2 p.m. now. So please hang tight in this chamber for just a moment, but while we confirm that the assembly has also adjourned. And once the assembly has adjourned, we'll all meet over there just for some quick instructions, and then we will send everyone off to eat. Hi, Nevada Girls State. Hi, can I have everyone's attention in the gallery as well? Hi, some quick instructions. We're gonna make our way back over to the assembly. You can leave whatever you want here. They will lock the chamber though, so leave what you don't want to drag around, but take what you need. When you get to the assembly, please immediately find your city councilor, okay? We're gonna pass out money and everything for lunch, so please make your way to the assembly right now. Thank you.
Working. Oh. Hello? Okay. The Nevada Girls State Senate will come back to order. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day did not pass AB 34. And to the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 25.
Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Assembly Bill number 25, an act that relates to student health and safety that establishes statewide heat safety standards for school-sponsored athletic activities, that requires emergency heat illness protocols, and that provides for other matters properly relating thereto.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Nevada is a very sport-focused state, and during our summer, I think most of our schools host camps or host extra training during the summer for sports like football or soccer or sports that require you to be outside. We need a limit to see when students are able to take a break and not feel guilty for it, because there's always that need to push yourself to the limit, to push through the challenges of heat exhaustion, and that will lead to further future health detriments if we don't contain students and make it a school-wide policy to make sure that they can properly rest and cool down when it gets to a certain heat temperature. Along with that, all coaches will be able to be trained on this, and they'll be held accountable to make sure that the student safety is and health are all in proper shape. So thank you.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill, though I agree with my colleague that heat illness is a real thing in Las Vegas, and because of our temperatures here, it is something really catastrophic. Section 6 is really the part that I'm worried about. It talks about how if any coach were to have an offense, their license shall be suspended for 90 days. I think this is a little bit harsh considering that they have never gone through this kind of training before, or it is just starting to happen if we do implement the bill. I also think that for the second offense, all state coaching credentials being revoked or that being put on this coaching ineligibility list could really impact these people's lives. Coaches are kind of like teachers in the sense that they don't make a lot of money. So putting them on this list would render them unable to coach and make money in a school doing something that I'm sure they're passionate about. And given that this would be a new procedure that they are not fully used to yet, I think that would end up hurting the coaches. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I rise in support. You made some great points. Obviously, we need to take things to the extreme because we're talking about health and safety of students first, and these are minors. So for the first point about our first offense, being suspended for a minimum of 90 days and the applicability of the training, I think if we're going to initiate this kind of statewide, every single school is going to mandate this, it has to be obvious that this has to be a huge summit, that has to be a thorough training where every coach properly understands the consequences of heat exhaustion and heat stroke, and the amount of deaths that have been caused by such things, especially if you are overworking yourself and exerting yourself in these hotter conditions, not even just, very neutral heartbeats and whatnot. So they would have a proper training to understand the full extent of what is required out of them. Secondly, for the second offense, most of these coaches have a sense of responsibility. If you're pushing your athlete to do the best they can, if you're pushing your athlete to be responsible for their grades, to make sure that they can balance sports and school, to make sure that they are responsible and treated like an adult, I think the coaches should be just as liable for the consequences that may happen if their students' lives were to be at risk because of heat exhaustion or heat stroke, because they are minors and it is their responsibility. So, thank you.
Senator Crones, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. To respond to Senator Yang's remarks, heat strokes in teens are extremely rare. They impact much different demographics like homeless individuals or older people, not necessarily ones that are playing on high school sports teams. And also, there are already guidelines by the Nevada Interscholastic Athletic Association that require a lot of teams to not go outside if there's extreme heat warnings. And obviously this isn't like a statewide regulation, but I think this is also rather like county specific, because up here in Northern Nevada, that's not as much of an issue. And also I think that there are some parts of this that are just more unrealistic because everyone responds to heat differently. So 20-minute breaks or breaks every 20 minutes might not be effective and might just force people to stay out in the heat longer if they do sports that require many hours of staying outside. Thank you.
Senator Hyder, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. When we look at the stats and what some of my constituents are saying, I understand both sides. However, we have to look at the NIA rules that Nevada State schools actually follow in 2026 to 2027. We see already that they have duration breaks for heat strokes. They also have regulations for these high school coaches that if you do not follow, you do have to go through procedures where either your high school licensing is taken for that sport because you are putting these students in danger. Furthermore, while I do not fully agree with the number of breaks, that I believe that we could lobby for later and make amendments to. But at this time, this is not something new, nor are these consequences for the coaches doing this, going against such bill, isn't anything new. This is standard and it should be in the best protection of the students themselves and the student athletes. As climate change is happening, our temperatures are rising exponentially. In Nevada, in Northern Nevada, in the Reno, Carson, Tahoe area, we are seeing record highs already going into our triple digits. Student athletes such as myself and other people in my high school already suffer through heat-related illnesses due to playing outside too much. So I believe any bill in support of students is something that we should take highly seriously, and based off of regulations already set in place, this is something that can add additional support systems to off of what we already have. Thank you.
Senator Martin, you may rise.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. So looking back at Section 8, when it talks about the consequences that coaches could face, it specifically says unreported. If the heat-related illness requiring emergency medical treatment is reported, they do not need to do those 90 days. It specifically says that if it's not reported in 7 days, that they will have that 90-day consequence. Thank you.
Senator Adolph, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. It also says in Section 4, I think it is, that all the coaches employed by a public school or private entity shall complete annual training on heat illness prevention and all the stuff that you guys are talking about that are opposed.
So they will have the correct training to make sure that these students, they can spot the differences in these students of like, hey, this kid might be having a heat stroke or getting really close to one. I personally have experienced heat stroke as an athlete, and I know a lot of our football players at our school have also, and it is a big offense, or it is a big problem just because our temperatures can get to 105, 106 during the summer times, even when football camps or baseball camps and stuff in the summer are in the mornings. So thank you.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I would like to add that the bill does not outline any sort of tax or revenue that is being generated to pay for the training for any of these coaches. The bill also doesn't outline where we are getting these coaches from, specifically since it does not only talk about schools, it talks about private clubs as well. So we don't know if these people are qualified, and then there's no tax or any sort of revenue being generated from this going to their training. So we don't know what training they're getting at all, which is not outlined in the bill. And also I would like to add that the only funding it says is that private clubs may utilize existing athletic program funds, health and safety funds. For schools like CCSD, which we've all talked about being very underfunded, they don't have existing funds to use on their sports. Maybe they do, but they're very little or not enough. Thank you.
Senator Jordan, you may rise.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. A lot of, especially in Southern Nevada, Las Vegas, it gets up to 110 degrees. There are a lot of sports that do not have an indoor facility to practice in, such as track and field. I know in Nevada, I think we have only one indoor track and field, and I think it's in Reno. I'm not too sure on that, but track and field is outside. It is practiced literally all year, and you're on a hot turf, you're on a hot track, and it's very common for people to have heat stroke in that. For private clubs, there's a lot of funding for that. Speaking from experience, they have fees and everything for, yes, uniforms, yes, to go out of state to go to compete, but they also do have things for if something medical happens. Heat strokes it's nothing to play with. I feel like if there is something set in place to support students who go through heat stroke or who go through stroke or who have seizures, then it definitely needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Time for debate on this bill has expired. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll. There are 9 votes in favor and 2 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed SB 21. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed SB 23.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 10. An act that will require private apartment building owners in Nevada with 10 or more units to set aside 15% of those units for lower income families or pay a percentage of their rental income into a fund used to help build more affordable housing across the state.
Senator Crones, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. I think that the first part of this bill is great, and we should absolutely be trying to support equity in housing. But the second part is very iffy in that it's not taxing people, it is taking from their revenue. And I don't think that passing this bill would be in the best interest of those apartment owners. Thank you.
Senator Martin, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill due to the statement that they'll set aside more 15%, at least 15% of the apartments. Why that number? It's not, if the owner of these apartment buildings only has 10, that means they either have to decide to do 2 apartments or split an apartment up due to it being not 10% or 20. Thank you.
Senator Lay, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in opposition of this bill. I think that while the bill clarifies that we need 10, that does not prevent companies from, or builders from only creating 9 apartments within one building. This means that there would be multiple buildings with 9, which leads to urban sprawl, which is bad for our communities.
Senator Hyder, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I also rise in opposition for this bill. As furthering off of what my other constituents have been stating, first of all, with 10 or more units set aside with 15%, how are we to gauge what 15% is? If you have 10 houses, that means that 15% you cut an apartment into 1, you cut an apartment into half. If it was 10%, I'd understand how reasonable that may be. It's 1 out of 10, nice and simple. It's that 15% that you've got to get caught up on. Furthermore, the fact of the matter is a simple word in this resolution, and that is or. The fact that we have or in this resolution states that or pay a percentage of their rental income into a fund used to help build more affordable housing across the state. This part where they're being forced to take some of their own income and put it into the state where we do not have a set into the law about where these funds are going to specifically or how much is going to be taken. All we know is that it's only a percentage. If I had more hard facts in this or some hard numbers, I may be more inclined to, but because of how vague the wording is in this resolution, I do not feel that this is a bill that we should in fact pass. Thank you.
Senator Jones, you may rise.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. As many of my comrades were saying, I am agreeing with them, and that it does not mandate that private owners cannot raise the rents of the other units to compensate for their loss of money from the cheaper rental of the additional apartments. So that could be another problem for this. And then, for instance, there are also apartments in areas of high income, such as the Las Vegas Strip, and that the annual income of the tenants in the area would be increasingly high, making it ineffective to make affordable housing in those areas for those people who need it. Thank you.
Can everyone please raise their panels? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll. There are 0 votes in favor and 11 votes against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day did not pass AB 14. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 6.
Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Assembly Bill number 6. An act that relates to unhoused individuals, establishes a program to assist unhoused individuals in obtaining identification and verification documents necessary to access food assistance programs, creates a limited grant fund for document costs, and provides for other matters properly relating thereto.
Senator Hyder, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition towards this bill. The biggest thing that I have with the challenge with this bill is the fact of funding. The problem with a lot of the bills that we have seen and not passed today is because the questions in the funding. One, we see that in Section 7, it says that the department may utilize appropriate funds, grants, donations, or other available funding sources to administer this act. The biggest question has to be, one, where are these funds coming from, other than the blanketed terms that have been listed in this bill? And two, how much are we going to be designating? Without those, we're giving a blank check to whoever is allowed to pass this, where it could be a couple hundred a month, or it could be a couple thousand. That distinction is what could make or break the effectiveness of this bill. I'm not arguing that this bill is wrong or that it doesn't have a positive impact. It's the fact of the matter that these simple things that we may overlook, it's the fact that the funding is highly important to the implementation and utilization of these bills. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Obviously, I think my colleague makes some great points. However, I think that we need to look at the entirety of the bill in and of itself to make a rough judgment. I think funding for a lot of these bills is kind of in a gray area because we're not necessarily sure how many people are going to be applicable to this program or how many people are eligible for this program. And so funding, if we limit it to a certain amount or if we give a approximate, it might not be completely applicable, and that might make this bill void. However, if we take a look at this bill in of itself, the entirety of IDs, the cost of IDs and fee waivers truly are not that much for SNAP, which is a federal program. If we were just to simply give Nevadans or homeless individuals a ID that would only be used in SNAP programs, the cost of making that ID and the cost of self-attesting for that ID is not a lot because the person doesn't need to find a caseworker, the person doesn't need to scourge for documents using any federal agencies or any agencies that might be helping with that. And so that would cut the costs because it's self-attested. Additionally, again, not expensive to make an ID in the first place, but especially for SNAP, which is not, you don't need to prove that you're a real citizen in the United States, like unlike when you need a social security number or birth certificates to open up bank accounts or get a house. SNAP is not applicable to those same requirements, which makes the funding of this, while vague, but we can properly assume that it would not be that much money because the bill in and of itself is not doing anything more than providing a free ID card for SNAP programs for unhoused individuals. Thank you.
Senator Crones, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I think that any bill that is built on the potential for donations is incredibly risky, and it may not even reach that many people, as one of my colleagues was saying. And if it does, it might create false hope for people who think that these benefits are going to reach them, but if the bill ends up failing after it's passed, then that would create even more harm. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
I think she made some great points, but I think we need to look at the verbiage of this. This is utilize appropriate funds, grants, donations, or other available funding sources. So there's 4 types of funding that we have available to us that would be able to make this pass. If you get a grant, if you get a fund from the department, so like the Department of Health and Human Services or the Department of, I don't remember which one does IDs, but there's a department for that one too. So we could get a grant from that or funding from them. So a donation is applicable if you're working for a nonprofit and maybe helping fund SNAP or anything like that, but it's not the only source of revenue that would help fund this bill. Thank you.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. As my colleague said, the funds are very vague within the verbiage of the bill. I understand that there can be certain grants and donations, but having worked in a nonprofit environment, a lot of these donations and the grants that we are given are not always the same. And I think considering this has to do with unhoused individuals, I would really hate to get their hopes up about what they're getting and how much money they're getting each time. Maybe it's not as much of food, or maybe it's more food than they need. And I think that having a disparity in how much they're getting each time would really harm these people since they're already dealing with low income lives and low dignity situations. So I don't think that this act would help them in the sense that it would probably make them feel like they have less, giving them when not all the grants or not all the funding is guaranteed. Thank you.
Senator Eccles, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition for this bill, and much like my fellow senator said, the funding is not guaranteed, and therefore you cannot predict how this can be used effectively for multiple years at a time. Also, in Nevada, there's around 10,000 homeless individuals, so while the individual prices for gaining an ID or driver's license is not very expensive, with 10,000 people, the amount of money that is will rack up very quickly. Further, since the department will need more money to include transportation for these individuals, publishing the reports stated in the bill, and also these government employees that are now working for this specific program to get identification documents, it's more money. And the vague funds just don't work for this. Thank you.
Can everyone raise their panels? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll. There are 3 in favor and 8 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost.
The Senate will be taking a 5-minute recess, body break, so senators can use the restroom. So please be back in your seats no later than 2:40. Thank you.
The Nevada Girls State Senate will come back to order. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body, the Assembly this day passed SB 27.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Senate Bill number 34. An act that will require all owners of e-bikes and e-scooters to complete a short online course and purchase a registration for their vehicle, which must be carried while operating the vehicle, with a $10 discount on registration if both are completed on the same day, and will require an annual speed check to ensure vehicles cannot exceed 20 miles per hour.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I think there's a few issues with the verbiage of the bill. First being that the vehicles cannot exceed 20 miles per hour, that being the new speed limit that the bill mandates. While Section 1 states that riders traveling from 15 to 28 miles per hour are the ones getting in accidents. This means that any riders that are riding between 15 and 20 still have the ability to get into an accident as the bill mandates, which I think is very detrimental. Second of all, many e-bikes, specifically like scooters, some of them are catered towards children. There are children e-bikes. And I think that there would have to be a whole separate registration process and registration test or online course like in the bill for the children, because there are a bunch of toy companies that make electric scooters and bikes for children, and I don't think that a course used for someone maybe of the ages like 16 and above is going to be the same for someone 16 and below who is using a scooter or e-bike. Thank you.
Senator Adolph, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. So it says on here that the e-bikes and scooters. So I can attest that I know multiple people in Las Vegas that own an e-bike, including my brother. I will say they are a very dangerous vehicle. They are, to me and our family, they are considered a vehicle. He is also under the age of 16. Therefore, he has not taken his permit, and he obviously does not have his license. So he doesn't know the rules on the road as someone who would have taken one of those courses, correct? So taking one of these courses would be very helpful, even if it's not exactly what you would do for an actual vehicle, because obviously it's not a actual vehicle. So if there was a different course that would just be like for specific e-bikes, that would probably be the best, and that's what they are arguing in this. And then also, it is a very dangerous and harmful thing to like do, because if you exceed 20 miles an hour, that's really fast. It might not feel fast in a car, but if you have ever ridden a bike or a scooter or anything, going 25 miles an hour or 20 miles an hour down a hill or up a hill, especially if it's an electric bike, like they said, it feels a lot faster than you would in a car. So it's also, yeah, it's just very dangerous, and I think that many people have died in the last year due to like due to speeding. I know personally, my brother just got in an accident and he broke his collarbone because of his e-bike. He was going very fast. Obviously, that's his problem. He probably should not have been doing that, but that's just an example of how dangerous these bikes can actually be. Thank you.
Senator Beck, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support for this bill because essentially the main like targeted audience who like ride these e-bikes are usually younger, like teenagers or kids, people that aren't able to get their license because they're so young. And so being able to ride, there's no like nothing you have to sign or anything. So people tend to not like consider of like all the people around them. Like on a road, knowing a course to be able to navigate, like, hey, you may not need to know exactly how a car operates, but you need to know like when there's certain like laws on the road that not only since you're driving on a road where many people are also on, that you are operating the same way a vehicle does because you are going like trying to match the speed limit. And I think this is like a big thing because many people stated that over here in Reno, there's been roughly 700 people either killed or hospitalized from just e-bike incidents, and usually like the high speeds of having the high speeds on a e-bike would implement that when you need to brake, there's something like a potential threat in front of you. It is much harder because you don't have a support of something like a seatbelt. Like a car, it's easier to hardly brake hard rather than on an e-bike. Thank you.
Senator Crones, you may rise.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. So could this bill be better? Yes. But as it is now, it stands to genuinely benefit our citizens, whether it be through making them more educated or more safe with these regulations. I think that e-bikes have been rapidly growing and developing, and technology itself is going to keep evolving. And I think that this is an issue that we need to have legislation on right now to set precedent of there being rules and things and procedures to follow so that we ensure that teens especially are kept safe as they partake in using e-bikes. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. I understand a lot of the points that were made in support because, yes, these do kill lives and these are a very dangerous thing without regulation. However, we need to also just, looking back at her points, this is a worldwide thing. You are able to purchase an e-bike everywhere. If you wanted to regulate this, we would have to start regulating federal businesses on a federal scale to manage the entire nation's purchase of e-bikes, because we're able to purchase an e-bike from Amazon, but you can't regulate them to get a license if they buy it directly straight to their house, right? You can't require that. Additionally, for a lot of the crashes that we're talking about, car accidents take 400 to 800 more lives, times more lives than an e-scooter does. And of course, obviously, not a lot of people have e-scooters, even though they are rising rapidly in popularity. However, even if you were to scale that down, there would still be more car accidents that take lives versus these e-scooters and e-bikes. And the fact of the matter is that these people have licenses and these people have taken courses, and they are still one of the top factors in killing individuals. So when we look at the balance of, even though you have a license, even though you have to take this many hours in a driving ed, cars are still the #1 leading factor in human deaths. So the issue is not about licensing for e-scooters, but about the education that this bill does not address. So I don't think this is a feasible way to get people safer on e-scooters, and I don't believe that this bill addresses what it needs to do in order to keep younger kids safe too. Thank you.
Senator Jordan, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because due to the rules that Nevada has, e-bikes and e-scooters are that have operable pedals are legally required to be treated like bicycles that are vehicles that are motorized are legally required to be on the road at all times. Since this is the case, and since kids who do not have their license are able to access these, they need to have e-bike and e-scooter safety regulations. They need to go through a program that states that they can drive that states that they understand the rules of this, because them being required to be on the road, they need to understand the rules and the regulations of the road. There's so many deaths and so many things that are accidents that are happening with kids who are younger because they don't understand the safety because they are on the road. And that is why I'm in support of this bill. Thank you.
Senator Eccles, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. So Nevada Assembly Bill number 168 essentially states that e-scooters and e-bikes, when they're operating the road, they need to follow the same rules as bicycles. So I want to argue that if we are going to implement this bill, then we need to add bicycles, because like if bicycles are expected to follow the rules of the road, then they should also be in this bill if you want to keep younger people safe. Then if you don't want to add that, then I would also argue that the responsibility of teaching younger children the rules of the road would fall to the parents, because we don't have these expectations for bicycles. Thank you.
In order to pass, the secretary will call the roll. Senator Jones, please submit your vote. There are 6 in favor and 5 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 37.
Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Assembly Bill number 37. An act that will establish an additional state tax of 0.25% on marijuana to require all public schools in Nevada to hire more school counselors specializing in mental health in order to improve the overall mental health of students.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Though the tax on marijuana I can understand is going to be a concern, and it is high as of now, I believe that student mental health should take a front seat to marijuana tax, because a lot of students nowadays, especially due to social media and the way that our world is centered around your online personnel is structured now, a lot of students deal with mental health issues. Our depression rates have gone up drastically, as well as suicide rates, which are climbing as the years go on. And I think that we definitely, especially in Nevada, need more mental health care in schools, especially underfunded ones like CCSD or ones that are in the more rural areas. Thank you.
Senator Crones, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. So it is absolutely true that Nevada does rank as one of the worst states for mental health care, and this is something that does need to be addressed. But we don't have that many mental health professionals, so my issue with this bill is that I don't know where we would get enough people who specialize in mental health who want to be a school counselor. A lot of those individuals who do have the training to be a mental health professional are more likely to take a higher paying job as a counselor, working as a therapist for clients. And I think that we should be more focused on maybe incentives to get people into mental health care, studying it in Nevada, so that we can reduce the shortage. But unfortunately, I just don't think that this bill is very realistic. Thank you.
Senator Yang, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in support of this bill. I think right now in school systems, especially in CCSD, the majority of the roles that school counselors take is academics. Most of the time they're spending their time writing rec letters, they're trying to find scholarship opportunities for their students, they're very busy with different college, and personally, that's what my counselors are mostly in charge of, and I think for a lot of public schools, the counselors are in charge of putting their students in classes and stuff that doesn't necessarily pertain to the mental wellness of students. Additionally, a lot of counselors are unable to reach out first and check unless something is reported to them, because they're simply too busy with their own schedules to be looking at the welfare and looking at the livelihoods of all these students. If we're looking at job employment, school counseling is rising by 10.3% as a job in Nevada, and especially in a school system, while we are underfunded, there are ways for teachers to get higher salaries, either if they have a master's degree or if they decide to do other activities within the school. So there are ways for these teachers to get more paid, but either or, at the end of the day, this employment is growing by 10%, and it would help give more visibility to the students who are struggling and who are too scared to reach out, because these counselors will be there to check up on them first. Thank you.
Senator Jordan, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. As my fellow colleagues said, Nevada is ranked last in the nation for mental health access. The current ratio of counselors to students in Nevada is one counselor to 400 to 600 students. That is simply not enough. My school personally offers social workers, and I know for sure that helps so many kids. Counselors, not only, yes, they are focused on academics, but some counselors are also focused on improving the mental health of their students. And that is why multiple students in my school feel comfortable enough to talk about their problems with our social workers and with our counselors and even with our administrative staff. And I feel like if other schools in CCSD have that opportunity, then mental health will rise. There will be multiple increases in attendance and grades and just the overall demeanor of students that are going to school. Thank you.
Senator Eccles, you may rise.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. To go off of what my colleagues had said, with a more intimate connection with your counselor as a student and consistent like meetings and a better relationship with a counselor, I believe that mental health will definitely improve in these students. And with a clearer mental state and a happier one, I believe that student success in education will also rise, which has been a problem throughout Nevada and specifically in CCSD. Thank you.
Senator Beck, you may rise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill because when generally looking at like the job market, people would tend to want to learn and go to college for a position where they know it'll be an easier time to find a job. Where if we pass the bill, people, not only can you employ more people in schools, but also students need a place to take their concerns, and it is very hard when they don't have a trusted adult at school. And the counselor for the students is a big help for them. And when they have like rough family lives, that can also add into it, where if they get comfortable with someone, they can share some concerns they have from their family, and like if there's problems with that child. Thank you.
Time for debate on this bill has expired. This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the vote. There are 9 in favor and 2 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day did not pass AB 33. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed AB 20.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the next bill.
Nevada Girls State Assembly Bill number 20, an act that will establish and allocate funds through state taxation to cover transportation and delivery fees for food insecure individuals and families living in food deserts within the state of Nevada.
Senator Stone, you may speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. To further explain for anyone who is not aware, SNAP benefits are federal goods that are delivered to those who of low-income households, such as food and other things that they need to live. What happens is SNAP benefits, though they are delivered federally, they are not people do not always have the means or the transportation to get to the places where the SNAP benefits are delivered. What this does is it puts a tax so that there can be more ways people can access their food and the SNAP benefits that they are given by the federal government. And I think that the taxes are honestly very realistic, because I think if you're going to buy marijuana or tobacco, you can pay for someone's food. Thank you.
Can everyone please raise their ballots? This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. The secretary will open the vote. There are 11 in favor and 0 against. The bill having a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform your honorable body that the Assembly this day passed SB 34.
I will now appoint a committee consisting of Senators Beck and Hyder to inform the governor that the Senate is ready to adjourn, sign die. Also, I will appoint a committee consisting of Senators Jones and Lay to inform the Assembly that the Senate is ready to adjourn, sign die. Will the committees now depart from the chamber to deliver this message and report back to the Senate as soon as their missions are accomplished. The Senate will be in brief recess. Please do not leave the chamber. Thank you for your message. Senator Beck. Senator Jones. Senator Lay. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say yes. All those opposed say no. Motion carried. The 2026 session of Nevada Girls State Senate is adjourned. Signed, Die.
Hi everyone. If I can have everyone's attention for just a second. Hey Girl State.